The Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Minister Jason Wilder of Elgin Church of Christ.
Dear God and Creator of all things, we humbly come before you as our source of life, love, peace, and righteousness. Father, your holy word teaches that you are the ultimate authority, King of all kings and Lord of all lords, and that there is no authority except that which you have established. So, Father, I thank you for these men and women who serve in this body. We pray that you will bring peace into their lives, into their homes, into their families, and that you will give them wisdom so that they will act in ways that bring glory to you and peace to our land. Lord, we come to you confessing that we are not always the people you would have us to be. We have called good evil and evil good, and for that we beg your forgiveness. Purify us, Lord, from all ways that are not from you. Give us a new heart and a renewed spirit. We pray that you will give us pure convictions and then give us boldness to pursue those convictions. We pray for love and not hate, mercy and not vengeance, and we pray for unity and not division. And I ask all these things in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Wilder. Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So today, one of my constituents, Dr. Marianne Ellen, is of Spring. Marianne Ellen is of Spring, Texas, is serving as the Doctor of the Day. A graduate of Baylor College of Medicine. She wears that on her shirt sleeve, okay? Or literally her coat. Dr. Allen has worked at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Group since 2017. She's a proud member of the following societies: Texas Medical Association, American Academy of Family Physicians, Texas Academy of Family Physicians, Harris County Medical Society. She's also assisted today by her young Padawan, Luke, okay? Because every Jedi Knight, you know, a Doctor of the Day needs an assistant to fight through all those terrible viruses and bacteria we have here in the Capitol. So help me welcoming Dr. Allen to her state capitol as the Doctor of the Day and volunteering her time along with young Luke.
No, because he won't hear. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 443 by Birdwell et al., celebrating April 19, 2023 as Texas State Technical College Day at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it is my privilege today to announce that today is TSTC Day at the Capitol, Texas State Technical College. TSTC was established in 1965 and enables its students to earn degrees and certifications for many vocations in the technical field. TST serves students in its many campuses, which are located in Abilene, Breckenridge, Brownwood, Fort Bend County, Harlingen, Marshall, North Texas, Sweetwater, Waco, and Williamson County. TSTC educates and produces well-trained individuals who are prepared to enter into high-wage earning positions, and I'd like to recognize 5 members of the TSTC delegation that are with us today. First, the Chancellor of TSTC, Mike Reeser. Chancellor Reeser has been with TSTC for over 20 years, became the Chancellor approximately 12 years ago, if I believe correctly, Chancellor. And joining Chancellor Reeser are 4 members of the Governor's appointed Board of Regents who supervise Chancellor Reeser, and that can be its own challenge at times. Dr. Tiffany Tremont, the Chair of the Board of Regents. Dr. Tremont is President and CEO of Silotech Group. And then Ron Whiteup, who has been with Shermco Industries for nearly 40 years, and Lizzie De La Garza, who has worked with Titan Fuel and Schneider Electric. Members, it's a privilege to have these guests on the floor and recognize TSTC. There's also guests in the gallery. If they would please stand, I'm thankful to have TSTC positive impacts to Texas and prepares individuals for fulfilling careers. Mr. President, I move adoption, and I would also, Mr. President, yield to any members that wish to speak on behalf of TSTC.
Senator Perry, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Birdwell, for bringing it. TSTC is the best value the state spends on educating tomorrow's workforce. They don't get paid unless the student gets paid. That's a model we can all learn from and implement across the whole higher ed and everybody's community. But and the fact that you can do it quickly to respond to a dynamic workforce. It's a phenomenal model. I appreciate what you do. There's a legacy of kids out here that learned how to do something that the employer said we need, and y'all responded, and it's lifelong. So thank you for being who you are and what you do.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Birdwell, for bringing this resolution. As someone that's been on the Education Committee now for what seems eternity, but more like 8 years on the work group especially, it's a real joy to look at y'all's funding because I know what the outcomes are. The outcomes are here on the floor. The positive outcomes are standing in the gallery, and they're working all over the state of Texas and probably, quite frankly, over the United States and internationally. And Senator Perry is right. This is the best value performance buck that you can get because you really focus on that as a group. You all should be commended. I'm glad to see so many successful cash flow positive, graduates up in the gallery as well as here on the floor. So thank you, Senator Birdwell, for bringing the resolution.
Senator Campbell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Senator Birdwell, for bringing this resolution. TSTC is very important in my district, District 25, and again, I can't say enough about the performance-based reimbursement. How that flows is a very smart way that we've done that, and you most certainly have performed, and that's to the advantage for our children, young adults. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Birdwell.
Yeah, thank you for leading the way in that issue. Senator Birdwell to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as Senator Perry said, all the senators said, TSTC's earning it every day, and they are producing results for the state of Texas. Lots of great things that I could have laid out and filibustered on how great TSTC is, but I won't do that. just know that, they are high speed and low drag at TSTC. I move adoption, Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature, regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments to be members of the Texas Industrialized Building Code Council: Devin D. Duvac, Burleson; Otis W. Jones, Jr., Humble; Benoit K. Curian, Pearland; Edward E. Eddie Martin, Jr., Austin; Scott A. McDonald, Keller; Stephen C. Shang, Austin. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
The chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 437 by Hughes, celebrating the 25th anniversary of Breckenridge Village of Tyler.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes on the resolution. Senator Hughes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. So honored to get to recognize some folks from back home who do remarkable work. And in the course of that, Senate Resolution 437, Breckenridge Village of Tyler, welcome to their Texas Capitol. 25 years of service, Christian-based nonprofit in Tyler. It's a caring community for folks with intellectual disabilities, started by a family, a very generous family who wanted to provide for their own child and similar ones who are so loved and so beloved in our community. Yeah, please do go ahead and stand so everybody can see you guys. A nurturing and caring environment where people can learn life skills, participate in activities, and it's very well supported by the entire East Texas region and even statewide, because folks have recognized the work they're doing, honoring the Lord, serving people, caring for people. It's a wonderful place, and I'm thankful for all the folks over there who've put in years of service, and also the residents who've traveled today. I want to welcome in particular Chelsea Owens, Executive Director. Cassie Velasco is with us, Director of Community Relations. Deborah Tracy, I think, is up there. Brian Freeman, Brad Ezel, Linda Jones, Lacey Smith, Clay Wallstein, who with the Breckenridge Village residents. Members, I want to thank you for helping me welcome these folks. It's a special place I'm proud to represent, and welcome to your Texas Capitol. And I move passage of Senate Resolution 437.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Middleton. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to recognize some guests that are joining us in the gallery today from Harmony Public Schools here today. And I want to also recognize their incredible achievement of having 9 campuses recognized this year as the Character and Achievement Award that was awarded. It's actually a very difficult award to achieve from a Washington, D.C. based group that says that they focus on compassionate citizenship and organizing annually in order to inspire, educate, and empower students. So I want to recognize our Harmony Public School students here today. I love Harmony. I visited many of the campuses. I actually worked with Harmony during COVID, where y'all made face shields for our medical workers. And there was donated actually equipment to do that. And it was great to see our Harmony students standing in the gap in that time of need for our community. So I appreciate all you do. Thank you for coming up to your state capital, and thank you for all you do for the future of this great state of Texas.
Members, we have 2 memorial resolutions. If you would, take your seats. The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 444 by Colhorst in memory of former Speaker Gus Franklin Mutcher.
Chair recognizes Senator Colhorst on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a bittersweet moment for me today as we honor my constituent and friend, the former Speaker of the House, Gus Mutcher, who passed away this past February. Even though Speaker Mutcher was a Democrat and I was a Republican, he was a dear friend and mentor to me because we both shared a huge love for our beloved Texas and our hometown. We would certainly give each other a hard time about our political differences. I'll never forget when he would sit there and laugh and say, "Woo, you opened up a can of worms on that one," or "How's that one going?" Or he would tell me, "I had to defend you at the coffee shop today." He believed in great loyalty. Sometimes he would explain to the coffee shop, he goes, "Now listen, she's carrying that bill for the speaker, and sometimes you got to be loyal to the speaker, and that's why you carry those bills." During his tenure in the Texas House, which started in 1960, he touted important causes that are still benefiting Texans today, like the State-Supported Living Center, Blinn College, and the Star of the Republic Museum at Washington on the Brazos, and so many other statewide bills that he touched. He was born in William Penn, a small community in Washington County, went to Brenham Schools, Blinn College, and the University of Texas. He was elected to the House first in 1960, then served as Speaker from 1969 to 1972. Many decades later, I was honored to fill his seat in the House of Representatives beginning in 2001. I was the first person elected from Washington County to fill his seat after he had left. After leaving the House, this public servant continued to work for the people of Washington County as their county judge from 1977 to 1990. I've always cherished his sharp political observation, his wit, and his wisdom that punctuated every discussion we had. One time we were talking about how I was doing in the Texas House. I was a freshman and I wanted to know how I was doing, get his input. And he said, you're flying your flag pretty high. He said, but that's not always a bad thing. He said, sometimes you got to raise that flag and see who salutes it and who shoots at it. It was those kind of stories that I absolutely treasured. One other time, members, he would sit and he would ask for information, and he wasn't a computer guy. He wanted it on paper. And so we would get him information that he wanted. And one time he came to me and he said, now listen, let me tell you what's wrong with the state supported living centers. And he still called them the state schools. He said, y'all have got nobody in charge of them. See here on the organizational chart, he said, you don't have anybody that's really managing them. They're just stuck under all this other stuff. He said, you need to pull that out and have somebody that is directly over those state schools. We'll get better results. And literally we did that, and he was right. I always enjoyed that. And when it came to those political left and right decisions and discussions, he always said, I respect what you have to do. And so that was really awesome. So he will always be in our hearts in Washington County. His legacy will never be rivaled. I'm so proud that his family is here today to join us on the floor. And I just want to say one last time to Mr. Speaker, thank you for all that you've done for Texas, for all that you have done for the citizens that you represented as a member of the House, and for your legacy beyond. I'm so honored that the family has said that they were going to give me one of the Speaker's gavels. It will be cherished and be put in our office and eventually in our home. He was also a great friend and mentor to Jimmy Kolkhorst, as Jimmy and he shared such great love for Washington on the Brazos as well as Blinn College. So members, today in memory of former Speaker Gus Franklin Mutcher, we lift him up and we show our gratitude for his service to the state of Texas.
Thank you, Senator Kolkhorst. Senator Whitmire on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Kolkhorst. I'm going to spend a moment letting you know the influence that Gus Mutcher had on my career. He certainly helped shape and mold my career. I met him in the early 70s. I was a freshman state representative, and I believe it was Mike Hopkins introduced me to Speaker Mutcher, and we just formed a real close friendship. And I learned from him the importance of constituent services. He was a hands-on state representative that was always available, always returned his phone calls, and always delivered, if possible, for his constituents. Rising to become Speaker of the House. Of course, Speaker Mutcher had his challenges like so many of us. But one thing I know publicly I can testify to, he loved the state of Texas. He became a friend and a supporter, would come into Houston for events, and I could go on and on, as you have, about what he meant to Washington County. He was just, I say it as a positive, an old-time politician. Elected official, Blinn Junior College, the state home. I've always suspected and have done my research that Giddings has a state school and the agricultural center there in Giddings. As I drive home on 290 back to Houston, everywhere you look is a monument to Gus Mutcher and his service to his district. So I want to publicly thank him for being my friend and supporter, and with his passing, the state of Texas lost a great Texan, but let's continue to celebrate his life and public service, because he was certainly a model for me on how you really come down here and do the right thing on behalf of your district. And Washington County and the state are the beneficiaries, and for his public service and his knowledge of what it took to get something done in the legislature and in state government. So thank you for allowing me to recognize him. He'd be real disappointed if I didn't get up and speak this morning. So I want Gus to know I did my very best today to articulate what he meant to me in the state of Texas.
Thank you, Senator Whitmire. Senator Kokorsch to close.
Dean Whitmire, you reminded me of something about that he was an old-time politician. When Gus would go into a restaurant, he literally spoke to every table in the restaurant. And I have always been kind of held up to that. And like today, we're not quite as social. Everybody's looking at their phone. And you kind of like I've modified it slightly. The other thing that he would do is during Christmas or Thanksgiving, he would take turkeys to all of his best supporters. And he carried on that tradition even when he was out of the house. And every Christmas until he became very aged, he would give me a gift. He would make sure that Jimmy and I had a gift. That was just he just had such great political acumen when it came to those things. So thank you for reminding me of those stories. Y'all can see how much I smile. He would make me laugh. I know my chief of staff is on the floor. He was a good friend to Gus Hurley, and when Gus couldn't get me, he'd call Chris. And sometimes I think he chewed out Chris a little bit more for maybe a bill I voted on or was carrying. Chris had to take the brunt of that, and Chris would come and say, Speaker Mutcher, he ain't so high on this one right here. And so it was just one of the things I have to end it with is I think that this defines Texas and why we're so different from what you see in Washington, D.C., is that he and I always set aside, those few bills. Lieutenant Governor Patrick always talks about how few bills are actually partisan on this floor. And we could always just set that aside and make sure that we did right for our community and did right for Texas. And so with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of Memorial Senate Resolution 444.
Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? The resolution is adopted. Members, we do have another memorial resolution. If you'd take your seats. The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 441 by Paxton. Whereas a life made rich through meaningful service drew to a close with the passing of retired Texas Department of Public Safety Trooper Bryant Clint Worley on December 26, 2022, at the age of 54. And whereas Brian Worley was born in Denton on March 11, 1968, to Fred and Sue Worley, and he grew up with 4 siblings, Happy, Shane, Tyson, and Misty. He graduated in 1987 from Raines High School, where he was a star basketball, baseball, track, and football athlete, and the recipient of all district honors. And whereas following his completion of the Kilgore College Police Academy in 1991, Mr. Worley began his law enforcement career with the Mount Pleasant Police Department. He was honored with multiple commendations during his tenure, and he received a life-saving award as well as the District Commander's Award. He also initiated the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program, and he was involved with the Juvenile Gang Intervention Task Unit. And whereas Mr. Worley subsequently graduated from the Texas Department of Public Safety Trooper Training Academy, and he was first stationed in Cooper in 1996 and then in Sulphur Springs. Highly respected, he was named Trooper of the Year in 1998, and he garnered the DPS Chiefs Award for his actions that resulted in criminal arrests and drug seizures. Additionally, he was commended by the FBI for his assistance in the apprehension of counterfeit currency. He retired from DPS in 2009. And whereas above all else, Mr. Worley was a loving and devoted father to his 2 treasured children, Emily and Caden, he also adored his dogs, Buster, Buddy, and Puppy, as well as his horses, Legacy and Jasper. He was a man of great faith, and he endeared himself to others with his warm and caring nature. And whereas although Brian Worley is deeply missed, memories of his kindness, his strength, and his dedication to his family and his fellow citizens remain to comfort and inspire those he leaves behind. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 88th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Brian Clint Worley and extend heartfelt condolences to the members of his family, to his daughter Emily Diane Worley, to his son Caden Matthew Worley, to the mother of his children Kelly Worthy, to his parents Fred and Sue Worley, to his brothers Shane Worley and Tyson Worley, to his sister Misty Matson, to his brother-in-law Jay Matson, to his sister-in-law Jennifer Worley, to all his nieces and nephews, and to his special friend Keith Kenmore, and to all who mourn his passing. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family, and that when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Brian Worley.
Chair recognizes Senator Paxton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I think all of us have to agree that's a lot to pack into 54 short years. I'd like to recognize members of the Worley family who are in the gallery with us today. Brian's parents, Fred and Sue, and his daughter, Emily. If y'all would stand, we welcome you. Thank you for letting us be part of the comfort that I know is so strong in the community where you live and have for so long. They've traveled here today, members from Raines County, to honor their son and father, Brian Worley, and his servant-filled life. And members, I just want to thank you today for joining me in paying tribute to this man who was a devoted son and father, a man of great faith, who was loved by all who knew him, and will be so very deeply missed. We are so blessed in this state to have the service of men and women in uniform. And we cannot say thank you enough. Thank you for raising a fine man. And thank you for loving him. And thank you for letting us share today with you. We honor him and we honor you. And members, I move adoption of this memorial resolution, Senate Resolution 441, in memory of Public Safety Trooper Brian Clint Worley.
Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? The resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Yeah. The following report from the Nominations Committee. The Secretary will read the report.
Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report for the meeting held on April 17, 2023.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The Senate Committee on Nominations Action Report that is dated April the 17th was placed on your desk yesterday to meet the 24-hour layout rule. These nominees are now eligible to be confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I move to confirm the nominees that are listed on the April 17th Committee Action Report that is before us.
Members, are there any requests to sever? Senator Campbell moves that the nominees report favorably from the Nominations Committee be confirmed. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the nominees are confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator LaMantia. Senator LaMantia, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1670.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1670. Members, this bill is voted out of the Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs Committee unanimously. SB 1670 provides clear parameters for the disclosure of boating incident reports, allowing for information to be released to all relevant parties that need to know about the incident. Additionally, SB 1670 updates definitions and reporting protocol for boating incidents to match federal nomenclature used by the U.S. Coast Guard. Current statute does not allow Texas Parks and Wildlife to release boating incident reports to anyone other than someone who has operated a vehicle involved. When boating incidents are severe enough to be reported, there are many parties who have been affected and need information about the incident. SB 1670 authorizes Texas Parks and Wildlife to release boating incident reports to a list of specified parties and allows reports to be admissible as evidence if a court case requires. The changes made by SB 1670 will increase the efficiency of the boating incident reporting process and will allow those who need it most to access necessary information. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator LaMantia moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1670. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1670. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1670 relating to required boating incident reports.
Senator LaMantia, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of SB 1670 to engrossment.
Senator LaMantia moves passage to engrossment. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. 1670 is passed to engrossment. Senator LaMantia, you're now recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator LaMantia moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair now lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1670. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1670 relating to required boating incident reports.
Senator LaMantia, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of SB 1670.
Senator LaMantia moves final passage of Senate Bill 1670. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, 1670 is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1698. I'm sorry, Senator Zaffarini. Senator Kokhorst, you're actually recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1698.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1968. Senate Bill 1968, members, is a priority bill for the agency. This bill is intended to move the funding for the OIG peace officers from Schedule B funding designed for general state employees into Schedule C funding, a position classification salary schedule developed for Texas state law enforcement. Peace officers are those tasked with assisting in state or local law enforcement investigations involving a state hospital patient or a state-supported living center. Members, this bill would allow the OIG to provide salaries comparable to that of other agencies currently engaged in law enforcement activities. This bill will make OIG peace officers eligible for hazard pay and injury leave, which is consistent with the benefits that are provided to other state law enforcement agencies. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
You yield?
I do.
Senator Kolkhorst, I'm just trying to understand the bill a little bit better. Currently, it's local law enforcement and the Department of Public Safety that serves this function, correct?
Yes.
What law enforcement agency will these officers be under for TCOL purposes?
Yeah, so they actually are, I think they're TCOL trained. They are 38 peace officers that they currently have that investigate units for criminal conduct involving abuse, neglect, and exploitation at state hospitals, as well as Medicaid fraud funds.
And what command structure do they report through? Are they currently their own police agency?
I believe that they are under the OIG, which is a statute that is created. You know, it's administratively attached to HHSC, if I remember correctly. And so if you're asking if there is a complaint about them, would that go through their agency that has their licensing? I believe that's how it would go.
Are there any other police agencies that have a reporting structure to a civilian? It appears here that this would be a police force that has a reporting structure to a civilian. I'm just unclear.
I don't think so. I think it goes to the OIG. Of course, they have an executive director that actually their bill pattern is completely separate from HHSC. So they testify in front of us. This is something that they brought to our attention. It went through our committee that they wanted to move them from Schedule B as just a state employee to Schedule C. And so no different than DPS, you know, like they have an executive director, so it would report through them.
So in the event of a local investigation, how would there be, I understand the coordination between a local investigation and the Department of Public Safety. How would what would be the requirements for coordination between this law enforcement agency plus DPS, plus the local entity?
So if you look at the statute, it's very specific to what they investigate with the state-supported living centers and also the state hospitals. This bill does nothing but just move them into Schedule C. It's just really a financial move for them to bring them to parity with other law enforcement in our state. So they are state law enforcement agents that investigate just abuse, neglect, and fraud in our state hospitals, our state supported living centers, and also with Medicaid.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Any objection to suspension? Hearing none. These rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 1698. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1698, relating to peace officers commissioned by the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
You're recognized to pass to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betcourt,
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1698. Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 1698, relating to peace officers commissioned by the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1968.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betcourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1401.
President. Mr. President and members, Senate Bill 1401 relates to the rights of victims of sexual assault and to procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault or other sex offense. Members, this bill, which is co-authored by Senator Paxton, would implement recommendations from the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force relating to forensic medical exams. Basically, it would improve sexual assault evidence collection for more effective prosecution, enhance access to health services and compensation for victims, and safeguard survivors' confidentiality. There will be a floor amendment that was requested in committee by Senator Huffman that would dramatically reduce the fiscal note. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Zaffarini moves suspension. Regular order of business on Senate Bill 1401. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1401. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1401 relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault and certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is the floor amendment I referenced in my opening remarks. It is the amendment that would reduce the fiscal note dramatically and make it manageable. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Members, is there objection to the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Members, Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1401. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1401 relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault and to certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Zaffarini moves final passage. Senate Bill 1401. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 267.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up at this time Senate Bill 267. Members, this is a bill I think I've talked to most of you about during the session at one time or another, and it's about police accreditation. It's about best practices and standards in law enforcement. I think for the last 2 years, particularly after Uvalde, we've all been searching for how do we help with the 2,700 law enforcement agencies we have in the state of Texas and the almost 80,000 law enforcement officers. How do we, in a way that works with them and in a way that they want, how do we help them professionalize all of those agencies, both on the administrative level, but particularly in their field performance? And as you know, peer review professional accreditation has been used for decades and decades in business, in industry, in technology, in medical practice, in education, and in just the recent years, it started to be applied and used in law enforcement. And in fact, about 8% of our law enforcement agencies in the state of Texas have voluntarily gone through accreditation. And it's a very formal accreditation with audits. It's a tough process, but we've had agencies with as few as 4 officers go through it. We've had small agencies like Weatherford, Texas, and Bridgeport, Texas, with 15 and 20 and 30 officers. We have Dallas PD going through it right now, Tarrant County Sheriff's Office going through it right now, Fort Worth PD has done it. Agencies of all sizes have done this. This bill will require that every police agency, in effect, that responds to emergency calls in the state of Texas, if they have 20 or more officers, that they will have to go through a professional accreditation process. We give them 6.5 years, and we set up a funding grant of $20 million to help cover some of the administrative expenses for the agencies with 20 or more officers, but less than 250. At the end of the day, this will ensure that of the agencies that respond to emergency calls, that within 6.5 years, that at least about 565 of those will have installed best practices and continue to maintain best practices, training, administration, internal investigations across the state. I think it's something we can look at 6 or 7 years from now and say that we, for the first state in the United States, dramatically lifted law enforcement from top to the bottom and did it in a way that the officers benefit from, the agencies, and the public. And with that, I would move suspension.
Members, Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 267. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 267 relating to law enforcement agency accreditation.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage of SB 267 to engrossment.
Members, Senator King moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Members, Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 267. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 267 relating to law enforcement agency accreditation.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Members, Senator King moves final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 267. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Kolkhorst, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 1720.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1720. Members, Senate Bill 1720 allows school employees to choose to keep their identity withheld when reporting a threat of a student. The identity of the reporter can still be made available for the threat assessment team, district, or law enforcement wishing to investigate the threat. Members, this bill also requires the district to maintain a record of the identity of a district employee who elects for the employee's identity to be confidential. The idea of Senate Bill 1720 was brought to me from a Senate District 18 superintendent who became aware that some teachers were fearful of reporting threats of students out of concern that the student or the student's parents' family would retaliate against the teacher, and should the identity of the teacher be made known. This is particularly relevant in smaller school districts where this concern came from. Senate Bill 1720 ensures school employees wishing to report a threat feel protected in doing so, while also ensuring the proper authorities have access to the reporter's identity. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Member Senator Colcourse moves to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1720. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1720. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1720, relating the confidentiality of the identity of a public school employee who reports a potential threat to the school's threat assessment and safe and supportive school team.
Senator Colcourse, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 1720 to engrossment.
Member Senator Colcourse moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Colcourse, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Member Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Pueblo Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1720. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1720, relating the confidentiality of the identity of a public school employee who reports a potential threat to the school's threat assessment and safe and supportive school team.
Senator Colcourse, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1720.
Member Senator Colcourse moves final passage Senate Bill 1720. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being 30 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1551.
Mr. President and members, I'd move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1551. Under 1551, a person who, first of all, let me tell you what the goal of the bill is. The goal of the bill is to help prevent a person from falsely using the name of another person to avoid detention or arrest. It would also help prevent the victimization of persons whose identity has been fraudulently used. A person who is stopped by law enforcement and cannot or does not present their driver's license to an officer would be required to provide, in addition to their to a name, other identifying information upon the request of the officer. If for some reason the information doesn't match up, then that would basically provide probable cause for the officer to arrest or further investigate the person's identity. Move suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1551. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1551. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1551, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of failure to identify.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Don't move.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1551. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1551, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of failure to identify.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, move final passage of Senate Bill 1551.
Members, Senator West moves final passage Senate Bill 1551. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider a committee substitute Senate Bill 1710.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. U.S. Fund provides critical support rural Texas to ensure all Texans have access to basic telephone services. Currently, exchanges are receiving support that once were rural, but exchanges are now quickly growing into suburban expanse. 1710 is an agreed-upon industry bill that seeks to make meaningful reforms with withdrawing USF support from the now suburban exchanges. Specifically, the bill reinstitutes the needs test from the Senate Bill 583 from session 83, the 83rd session. Industry agrees the approach will provide the greatest reform to the USF that's seen in decades. I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Nichols, for what purpose?
And
do you yield, Senator Perry?
I do, but before I do that, I am going to want this recorded in the journal.
We'll take that motion after the conversation's completed. For what purpose, Senator Nichols?
To ask the author a question.
Do you yield, Senator Perry?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Perry, I understand this bill would address some of the long-standing concerns that some of the USF has related to some of these rural exchanges that have grown into urban and suburban areas. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is actually re-implementing a system of means testing that was done in 2013, the last time exchanges were subjected to a test to remove them from U.S. support. So it very much is meant to pull the larger exchanges, not companies, but the exchanges within those companies that no longer should be receiving a USF support.
And this bill mandates a review by the PUC to determine if an exchange should continue to receive U.S. funding. Is that?
It requires the PUC to act, and if they do not act, then it is by default automatically removed under 1710 once the means test is applied every, I believe it's every 2 or 4 years they look at those.
Okay, and if they do make that determination, it would actually reduce U.S. support in exchanges with competition over a 4-year period of time?
It gives them a glide path. It certainly does.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I ask that is recorded in the journal for intent.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Senator Perry.
Thank you. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Okay, members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business. Take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1710. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1710. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1710 relating to the Universal Service Fund.
Senator. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Perry.
Senator Perry on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the statute contains a previous test that is no longer applicable, and to avoid confusion as to the means test that was accepted in 2013 is the mean test of today and not the other test that was consistently still left in the statute. We are moving that particular test out to make certain that it's the 2013 means test vehicle that PUC will adopt and use in order to remove exchanges. So for legislative intent, it's the existing mean test, and the amendment takes out the other test that has been remaining in statute so that there's no confusion with the PUC.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1710. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1710 relating to the Universal Service Fund.
Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Members, Senator Perry moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1710. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Perry.
Thank you.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 874.
Mr. President, at this time I move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 874. Mr. President and members, I'm very proud to represent the great city of Grand Prairie, which contains some of the most diverse areas of North Texas and in our states. This city, in part, is exploding, specifically with the popularity of a sport called cricket. Senate Bill 874 will add a series of cricket matches or competitions sanctioned by the T World Cup or Major League Cricket to be eligible. This is, frankly, is the Super Bowl, and it would be subject to reimbursement from the Major Event Trust Fund. Members, I want you to be real clear on this, as I think there remains confusion. This bill does not provide eligibility for single matches during the season that are not a part of a major World Cup type tournament. We've worked this language specifically with Chairman Birdwell in his committee, so this language was very carefully considered. So at this time, Mr. President, I'd move suspension of the regular order of business.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 874. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 874. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 874 relating the eligibility of certain cricket events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
For passage to engrossment.
Member Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Member Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 874. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 874 relating to the eligibility of certain cricket events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Senator West, you recognized for a motion.
Cricket, move final passage of Senate Bill 874.
Member Senator West moves final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 874. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There
Creighton.
being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1711.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1711, Protect College Students Organization, prohibits the disallowance of a university system from letting a Christian or other organizations like that being a membership that represents their faith. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1711. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1711. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1711 relating to the protection of expressive activities at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1711. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1711 relating to the protection of expressive activities at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Perry, recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Members, Senator Perry moves final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1711. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute SJR 70.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Joint Resolution 70 would place in the Texas Constitution those rights which parents already are entitled to under established Texas law, U.S. Supreme Court case law, but we want to enshrine that in the Texas Constitution. And so the goal is twofold: to ensure the longevity of these rights by taking from case law, which can change or go away at any time, and putting them in the Texas Constitution, and providing clarity for attorneys, for judges, for parents. Right now, parental rights constitutionally are spread throughout 100 years of case law, and so putting them all in one place in the Texas Constitution makes sense. That's what the resolution does. It's not a controversial matter, and I move a suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute SJR 70. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute SJR 70. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute SJR 70, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right of parents to raise their children.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, thank you. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute SJR 70. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute SJR 70, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right of parents to raise their children.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Member Senator Hughes moves final passage SJR 70. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell,
There being
Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Menendez. You recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 2451.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2451. Members, this is a fairly straightforward fix to an issue for many older votes who are trying to vote by mail. The main benefactor of this option are the old adults over the age of 65, and yet the vote by mail ballots are printed in such a small font that really they're not accessible. They force many of the ballots to be tossed. Members, this bill simply sets a legible font minimum, size minimum, makes sure that it is clear that your voter registration number is not meant to be entered into the ID number space. And that's all it does, Mr. President. Members, I move suspension at this time.
Members, Senator Menendez moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2451. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 2451. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2451 relating to personal information entered on the carrier envelope of a ballot to be voted by mail.
Senator Menendez recognized for his motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Menendez moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Menendez, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Members, Senator Menendez moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burwell.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 2451. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2451 relating to personal information entered on the carrier envelope of a ballot to be voted by mail.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
President, I move final passage.
Members, Senator Menendez moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2451. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt,
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider SJR 29.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 29. This Senate Joint Resolution proposes a constitutional amendment that will add parents' fundamental rights that are already recognized in the Texas Education Code to the Bill of Rights in the Texas Constitution. I move to suspend.
Members, Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on SJR 29. Is there objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
21 ayes and 10 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute SJR 29. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 29 proposing a constitutional amendment establishing a parent's right to direct a child's education.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burwell, Blanco.
There being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1938.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1938 is an add-on to the bill passed in 2021, which was Senate Bill 113, which allowed a Secretary of State to withhold Chapter 19 funds. What this bill does is expand that not just to the ineligible voters, but to voters that are under cancellation challenge. And unfortunately, the original bill didn't cover voter challenges by registered voters. This bill does, and I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1938.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, yield for a question.
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You're recognized, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, Senator Betancourt, if I'm not mistaken, you really give them the 30-day grace period.
Absolutely.
For them to correct whatever issues and challenges they had, so the Secretary of State can continue the funding.
That's absolutely right. This is the same type the bill that we passed a couple years ago. Give everybody time to correct the issue, and really what you're just hoping for is compliance without having to actually use the penalty.
So it's not a drop dead type of a deadline. I mean, you give them flexibility to be able to, okay, fix it.
No, absolutely. It's not a drop dead. And really all this does is expand to another category that should have been covered. And really the discussion between the Secretary of State and a voter registrar would be, hey, you're missing this. Please get your records up to date. That's really what this bill is about.
Thank you. I'll be supporting your bill.
Thank you so much.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions to the author?
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Certainly.
You're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, this bill would allow the Secretary of State to withhold funds from voter registers under certain circumstances. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, it is.
Okay.
It's just like Senate Bill 1113 that passed 2 years ago.
Yeah, 1113 that we did in '87. So how much funding was withheld due to voter registrar failing to timely perform the duty since the '87 session?
Senator, the Senate Bill 1113 just got cleared from a federal court of appeals ruling. So I believe just a month ago, so I don't believe anything has been held at this point just because it just cleared this last judicial review.
So assuming this bill passed, 1838, what do you think the Secretary of State's ability and how much funding are you expecting to be withheld due to voter registrars failing to timely perform the duty going forward?
Well, it's all dependent upon the number of records that is up for discussion. But this type of bill is more important to the jurisdiction itself because that, depending upon what they're doing or not doing, that could be, somewhere to $50,000 to $100,000.
50 to 100,000?
Yeah, that's for a larger county. That's what my estimate would be. Enough to get their attention so they would actually do the work they're supposed to under the code.
So this is an attention-getting bill. It's an attention-getting bill, based on using your words.
Right. It's a focal point of, what gets measured gets fixed, and if you don't do the work, you don't get paid.
Well, let me ask you, how many verified complaints have been made to the Secretary of State that have been confirmed that a county voter registers are intentionally failing to schedule hearings or deliver notices or perform any other related duties? Do you have any complaints across the state?
No, I believe there are.
Let me make sure I hear you right. Have there been any complaints to your knowledge?
There have been complaints to me. Okay, right. But I have not checked with the Secretary of State on the status of their complaints. Because I have not checked with the Secretary of State on the status of the complaints because the law just cleared the Fifth Court of Appeals.
At the time that you wrote this bill, were you aware of any complaints that have been made?
Yes, I was aware of complaints made against.
And verified?
Yes, and verified against Harris County.
In Harris County?
Right.
The county from which both you and I are from?
No question about it, because...
So this is a Harris County bill?
No, it's a bill that applies to everywhere, but the original genesis of the bill was the fact that Harris County would leave 5,000 to 8,000 registrations at private P.O. boxes election after election. And that's why Senate Bill 1113 was. So yes, I know there were complaints written, and specific complaints written to Secretary of State, because we actually have that record in the bill pattern, in the bill history.
Well, I'm sure, and I'll agree with you, that there have been some complaints filed. How many of them were confirmed in Harris County?
Formally confirmed?
How many of them have been confirmed in Harris County?
Well, I know of one complaint where I can see the letter from the Secretary of State, and they referred back to the complainant, Rachel Hooper Esquire, that at the time they did not have any ability to handle her complaint because the bill, Senate Bill 1113, had passed.
So my question was, how many have been confirmed in Harris County?
Well, that's at least one that I know of that was confirmed by Secretary of State.
You know of one that's been confirmed in Harris County?
Right.
Okay. Last question, Senator Betancourt. Will withholding funding help alleviate county voter registrars from untimely performance or of duties, or will this simply make the problem worse, in your opinion?
It helps focus on what we need done, which is, if you don't do the work, you don't get paid. If you're not going to clean up the voter roll, you're not going to get your Chapter 19 funds. And in this particular case, that problem with the Harris County 5,000 to 8,000 registrants at private P.O. boxes had been going on for 6 years. So I hope now that they are actually cleaning it up with the law as reinforced by the Fifth Court of Appeals ruling, but I don't have a status update on that. And with any of this, if people make challenges or there's clearly things that have to happen with the voter roll and they simply ignore them, this will make sure people don't ignore those complaints. And as Senator Hinojosa said, they're given at least 30 days, and the way the statute was originally written, if there's interrogatory between the Secretary of State and a county voter registrar, and if that's meritorious, it can continue for a period of time until the problem is resolved.
So in closing, in a summation of your words, Senate Bill 1938 has been written to be an incentivizer for the registers to do the work and to investigate the accusations, as well as an attention getter for those who may violate. Okay. I'm using your words. Is that correct?
I think the attention getter was you, but I could be wrong.
Well,
but again, here's like I summarize. If you do the work, you get paid. If you don't do the work, you don't get paid.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you.
Members, the motion before us is suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1938. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1938. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1938, relating to the failure of a voter registrar to comply with voter registration laws.
Senator West, for what purpose?
I'll wait till third reading. I have a question for the author.
Certainly. Well, it's too.
If he wants to yield, he can yield.
Senator Betancourt, do you yield for a question on passage and engrossment? That's not a...
Yes, Senator West, I'll yield.
Senator West, you're recognized.
In terms of, I was looking at the bill just now. What is section, in your bill you talk about if they fail to perform the scheduling of a hearing under 16.064 and 16.93, what is that?
Those are, going from memory, those are specific challenge requests where voters' registrations are being challenged, and if they don't conduct the hearing, that triggers you don't get paid because you didn't do the work. And
so, and same thing about, because you also have new sections, in here about 16.066 or 16.095. Do you recall what those are?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get a recall on that if we need to. But again, these are specific statutes additions to where, in this particular case, if there is a challenged record and that challenged record hearing never occurs, then that allows the Secretary of State to withhold
No, I understand that. I'm just is this new law as it relates to 16.064? Is that current law?
No, that's the current statute. We're just referring to it.
Okay, thank you.
Members, the motion before us is passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betcourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 515.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. My office has worked extensively with the Department of Family and Protective Services for the past few months to ensure this bill strikes the right balance to protect both children and erroneously accused parents. Members, parents, and guardians in Texas are being placed on the Department of Family and Protective Services Child Abuse and Neglect Registry, often without receiving adequate notification and without knowledge of what placement on the registry could mean for them. Placement on this registry can have a significant impact on future employment, the ability to obtain certain licenses, or to volunteer in activities involving contact with children. Many individuals have been placed on the registry based on isolated incidents or whose case involved a very low risk. For example, if you'll recall the case of Drake Pardo a couple of years ago, his parents were cleared by a court of all allegations of abuse or neglect, and yet their names remained on the central registry. It cost them a lot of time and money to finally get it removed. Once on the registry, it's extremely difficult to have one's name removed, and the vast backlog of cases with the State Office of Administrative Hearings only lengthens the process. Now, I do have a floor amendment. After further input from DFPS, I will be offering a floor amendment that will clarify that participation in the expungement review panel and the assignment of severity codes will not be an option for cases involving licensed facilities. It will allow for participation in the review process via teleconference and will clarify that petitions to have a case reviewed by the expungement review panel are limited to 3 petitions per finding within a 10-year period. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 515. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 515. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 515 relating to investigations of child abuse and neglect and the procedures for adding names to or removing names from the Central Registry of Child Abuse and Neglect.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hall.
Senator Hall on the amendment.
Okay, this amendment does what I just described. That it clears up a few things that DFPS thought would be helpful in making sure that we focused on what we're trying to accomplish here, and that is to keep parents off of a registry unless it's actually merited, and to protect the children at the same time.
Members, the question is on the adoption of the floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hall, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hall, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 30-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 515. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 515 relating to investigations of child abuse and neglect and the procedures for adding names to or removing names from the Central Registry of Child Abuse and Neglect.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Members, Senator Hall moves final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 515. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hall.
Thank you, members.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as you know, many counties across the state levy and collect hotel occupancy taxes. Currently, Armstrong County is not authorized to do so. This committee substitute to Senate Bill 1809 specifically authorizes the Commissioners Court of the county with a population of less than 3,000 that does not border another state and that is adjacent to a county that contains a portion of Lake Meredith and has a population of more than 110,000 to levy and collect a county hotel occupancy tax. The bill limits Armstrong County from imposing a county hotel occupancy tax rate that exceeds 7% for those areas of the county that are not subject to the municipal hotel occupancy tax. For areas of the county that are subject to the municipal hotel occupancy tax, the bill limits Armstrong County from imposing a hotel occupancy tax with a county tax rate that exceeds 2%. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 25 ayes and 5 nays, the rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809 relating to the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax and the applicability and rates of that tax in certain counties.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1809.
You move passage to engrossment?
Yeah, I move passage to engrossment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Members, Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 25 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Okay. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills are read on consecutive 3 separate days.
Members, Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 25 ayes and 5 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809 relating to the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1809.
Members, Senator Sparks moves final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1809. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 25 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1124.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1124. Members, the Texas Constitution very uniquely says that the legislature shall determine the qualifications and the experience levels for the office of sheriff. And currently, we've never really done that. I know we're all trying to help upgrade the quality of law enforcement, and technically today someone can be elected, and it has happened numerous times, elected sheriff that has no law enforcement experience or no other experience requisite to that type of job. So today, literally, somebody can be elected sheriff, be handed a gun and badge, who's never been a law enforcement officer, never been to an academy, never had any experience or training at all. They can be handed a gun and a badge. The very next day, they can be in charge of a mass shooting at a school or some other dangerous situation. They also, the next day, would be taking over a jail and all the liability and responsibilities. This bill very, very simply says that in order to be elected sheriff, you have to have at least attended a law enforcement academy and have been and have at least a basic peace officer's license, so that we know you understand some things about search and seizure, Fourth and Fifth Amendment, active shooters, and this type of process. And I believe also there is an amendment that will be acceptable to the author by Senator Betancourt. And with this time, I would move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Well, Senator King, yield.
Will you yield, Senator King?
Certainly.
You recognize Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator King, I agree with you. I actually was not aware that you could run for sheriff and not be licensed as a peace officer. And as I understand it right now, all the deputies have to be licensed as peace officers.
That is correct.
They have a badge and carry a gun. And they go through a certain course. So now, if you elect someone based on popularity, who has no experience in law enforcement, all of a sudden they're going to be in command of a pretty large offices in many areas. For example, in Iowa County, they have a large number of deputy sheriffs. So your bill is really more in terms of trying to protect the public, making sure that we get people who are qualified to be able to lead licensed peace officers. That they know what they're doing, that they know that being trained, they know the responsibilities of our deputies.
Thank you, and I agree completely, and I think this is a minimal level of training, but at least we'll know they passed a psychology test, they passed a background test, they've been through a police academy, they've had active shooter training, and at least they have that basic license to begin service with.
I was going to add one more thing, but I'll leave it alone. But I know there are several sheriffs being elected who, quite frankly, were not qualified or didn't have a peace officer license, put it that way, and they ended up getting into trouble themselves in terms of complying with not only state statutes, but federal statutes and our criminal laws. But thank you very much for the bill.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator King?
Certainly.
You recognize Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Senator King, thank you so much for this bill. My question goes to other popularly elected law enforcement in our state. This bill does not apply to our elected constables, does it not?
No, that's correct. It's just the office of sheriff.
And I completely agree with Senator Hinojosa's remarks. This is such a good bill because, of course, we do want our top elected law enforcement official in the county to be a licensed peace officer. I would love to work with you, and I believe there is a House bill very similar to this that also requires elected constables to be certified peace officers. Thank you so much for your bill.
Thank you.
Members, Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1124. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1124. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1124 relating to qualifications of a sheriff or a candidate for sheriff.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator King for working with us in the committee on this bill. This amendment will allow individuals that have a minimum of 5 years experience as a federal special investigator or military veteran with 10 years of combined active duty or National Guard service experience to be able to run for sheriff prior to receiving their peace officer's license. The amendment is aimed to expand, obviously, for good candidates so we can have good sheriffs as a result, and I want to thank Senator King for considering it. This idea came to me because of a former Major General, who ran and became sheriff of a major urban county just right down the road. And her background, and especially in the command structure, was, I'm sure, very valuable for her to go into a major department. So I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield, Senator Betancourt?
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator West.
Senator Betancourt, you're saying that if we have someone that's on active duty, armed forces, that they would be, we would provide them the ability to become a sheriff.
Sure.
Without anything other than them having been on active duty? Don't you think that needs...
they can run, but here's what happens now. People can run for the office, and then they're given up to 2 years to get their license. And what we've seen is there have been good candidates that have come out of a military background, but they don't have an opportunity to be in the system to get a peace officer license. And what this bill does is basically expand that so that our veterans and people that have significant, federal service can run, but they still have to pass now, like they do, the peace officer license to be able to stay in the job.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Senator King, is the amendment on the amendment?
Yes, it is acceptable.
Members, the motion's on the adoption of floor amendment number 1 is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of SB-1551 to engrossment.
Members, Senator King moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule that the bill be read on 3 several days.
Members, Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1124. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1124 relating to qualifications of a sheriff or a candidate for sheriff.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator King moves final passage. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1124. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator King.
Thank you, members and senators.
Senator Sparks. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1244.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1244. Members, the GR account 5010 is the state sexual assault program fund. Amounts in the account may be appropriated to the AG, the Department of State Health Services, the Governor's Office, DPS, and a few other state entities for specific uses under the law. They're used primarily for grants to such programs as sexual violence awareness and prevention campaigns, victims of human trafficking, sexual assault nurse examiner programs to increase the level of sexual assault services in the state, victim assistant coordinators, and technology in rape crisis centers. Currently, fees are collected from different sources to support this account. However, funds collected have fallen short to support these vital programs that they're supposed to support. So, to establish a consistent revenue stream, this bill would allocate 1% of the revenue from the mixed beverage tax to the Sexual Assault Program Fund. Very important services provided, and this will provide a long-term revenue stream so that we can continue to fund these services. I will have a floor amendment that simply takes out a provision in the bill that would give Legislature authority through the General Appropriations Act to raise the fee, but that wasn't going to work, so we had to take it out. So I will be removing that, but I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Member Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1244. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1244. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1244, relating the amount of the fee imposed on certain sexually oriented businesses that is allocated to the Sexual Assault Program Fund.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, members. This is the amendment I mentioned that simply takes out the ability to raise the fee per customer through the General Appropriations Act. It could still be done through a separate bill at some point, but it won't be done through this bill. I move adoption of Senate Bill, the floor amendment to Senate Bill 1244.
Member Senator Huffman moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1244.
Member Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Member Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Benton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1244. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1244, relating to the amount of the fee imposed on certain sexually oriented businesses that is allocated to the Sexual Assault Program Fund.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of Senate Bill 1244.
Member Senator Huffman moves final passage SB 1244. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Benton.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Huffman.
Thank you, members.
Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 785.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 785. Members, the original statutes governing geothermal energy, and wells were created in the 1970s and 80s. With recent technological advancements and the current energy market spurring new interest in developing geothermal energy, a need for clarity in statute regarding the ownership of geothermal energy was identified. Specifically, statute is unclear as to whether or not geothermal energy and associated resources are owned by the surface owner of real property or the owner of the mineral estate of that same property. Geothermal energy and associated resources are indigenous steam, hot water, and hot brines, geopressured water, heat, or other associated energy found in geothermal formations. Currently, when a property severs the mineral and surface estates, the groundwater beneath the surface is owned by the surface estate. Since geothermal energy and associated resources are composed of groundwater beneath the surface and intangible substances like heat and energy, those resources should be owned by the landowner in alignment with the Water Code. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 785 clarifies this by simply providing that absent a binding document to the contrary, the landowner owns the geothermal energy and associated resources below their land, and the landowner, landowner's leasee, heir, or assignee are entitled to drill for or produce those resources. The bill also clarifies that no mineral, including those dissolved or contained in groundwater or hot brine, is included in the definition of geothermal energy. Members, there will be a friendly floor amendment offered by Senator Sparks that is acceptable to me. It's agreed upon language. I would like to thank Senator Sparks for his patience and the work that he's done with his knowledge in the natural resources environment. It is agreed upon language with multiple stakeholders. The amendment allows the bill to accomplish its intent, which is to clarify that surface owners have ownership of geothermal energy and associated resources, while recognizing that there are different opinions regarding ownership of heat as it comes off of oil, gas, or minerals during their production. The amendment clarifies that we're not making a determination on these disagreements, but also ensures that this bill does not change any dominant or servient estate relationship, such as the dominant right for mineral owners to produce oil and gas. I move suspension, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 785. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 785. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 785, relating to the ownership of the geothermal energy and associated resources below the surface of land.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as Senator Birdwell or Chair Birdwell said, this floor amendment simply clarifies this bill does not change existing law regarding oil, gas, or other mineral extractions, regardless of its heat or energy potential. Additionally, the amendment clarifies that the bill does not change the existing law regarding the rights of the dominant and servient estates. So basically, we're just trying to make sure that irrespective of these new geothermal rights, the status quo is maintained with respect to all other property interests currently held by others. I want to thank Senator Birdwell and his staff and all the stakeholders that really had a part in this process. So thank you. Mr. President, I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I motion its adoption.
Senator Birdwell on the amendment.
It is acceptable to the offer, Mr. President. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the adoption? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage the committee substitute for Senate Bill 785. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 785, relating to the ownership of the geothermal energy and associated resources below the surface of land.
Senator Birdwell is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 785. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall,
There'll
Hancock.
be 30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hughes? You recognize to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2087. Senator Nichols. Senator Nichols, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, last May, a tragedy struck Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. In the aftermath, the Lieutenant Governor asked me to lead the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans to make recommendations to the Senate and the state to improve school safety, mental health, social...
Members, can we have a little order on the floor? It's hard to hear the senator.
Social media use, police training, and firearm safety. In December, we released the committee's recommendations on all 5 of those topics. Senate Bill 11 reflects the recommendations from the committee for the school safety. In particular, this bill addresses how we fund school safety, establishes the Office of School Safety and Security at TEA, the delineation of responsibility between the Texas School Safety Center and TEA, and the creation and responsibility of school safety teams, truancy, and discipline. In terms of funding, the current allotment for school safety is based on average daily attendance, with schools getting $9.72 per student. This is insufficient for our small and medium-sized schools. Some of our smallest districts are only getting about $1,000 a year for the whole district for safety. This forces schools to use funds to improve school safety that would have been spent on classrooms. Senate Bill 11 restructures the school safety allotment to reflect a per-campus funding formula. Per campus, districts would receive, on the larger ones, $16,800 per campus for campuses of 1,100 enrolled or more, and then it scales down to $15,000 per campus for the very smallest of campuses with 350 or less. Senate Bill 11 also formally establishes the Office of School Safety and Security at TEA. It gives TEA authority to monitor and enforce school safety regulations. The office will work closely with the Texas School Safety Center to establish clear regulations for school safety. And the office will also develop a registry of vendors for school safety. The Chief of School Safety and Security will be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. The bill also addresses the relationship between the Texas School Safety Center and TEA. During the Senate Committee to Protect All Texans, it became apparent that there was no clear delineation of responsibility between the two in regard. District looked to both entities for direction on any safety measures. At the time, TEA had very few employees dedicated to the school safety, and School Safety Center did not have authority to regulate or enforce the rules. This bill addresses both of those issues throughout a variety of sections by giving TEA oversight, enforcement, and regulatory authority with input from the Texas School Safety Center. For non-compliant school districts, it gives TEA authority to assign a conservator specifically to address school safety and security, not to run the school, but just for school safety and security deficiencies. It also creates a data sharing requirement between TEA and the School Safety Center to ensure efficiency and eliminate information silos. SB 11 also codifies the school safety review process to include one intruder detection audit per campus per year, and an additional detailed vulnerable assessment, the full thing, every fourth inspection that will be done. Be conducted by the Office of School Safety and Security at TEA. The bill requires notice to TEA of an event requiring a district's emergency response, including the discovery of a firearm on campus. It also requires notification to parents, members, of violent activity that has occurred on any campus. This bill also requires all school-based law enforcement receive actor-shooter training through the Alert Center or equivalent. We've heard over the past several days that the Alert Center is the gold standard for active shooter response training, and it's imperative that our school-based law enforcement receives that training. Lastly, this bill addresses truancy and discipline. For truancy, it shortens the timeline that a student can be referred to truancy courts from 10 excused absences in a 6-month period to 6 unexcused absences in an 8-week period. It also requires districts to share with new students or transfer students discipline records or behavioral threat assessments associated with that student. I will have an amendment related to mapping also. And so, Mr. President, I move we suspend the regular order of business on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 11.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Nichols, I thank the Lieutenant Governor for allowing me to serve on this commission with you, and we have done some great work, but there's still work that needs to be done.
Yes, sir.
More specifically, as it relates to the appropriation based on campus size, help me to understand the methodology that was utilized in order to come up with the amounts that would go to the various campuses.
I think there's about 850 plus of what you'd call small schools, and then there's several hundred that are what we would consider much larger schools. The truth is there's a scale in between, but the great bulk of them are the really smaller schools. Not the bulk of the students, but the bulk of the campuses. The allotment of just under $10 per student, when you give it to a school that only has 700 or 800 students, is only $700 or $800. Can't buy a metal door for the front of the building with that. And so that wasn't right. And so we bumped that up to take care of those, but we also recognize large campuses as a bigger thing. Now, in a separate appropriation, there's $600 million in the budget Chairman Huffman put together for grants. Large amounts of dollars, particularly for big campuses that have much more complicated problems than small campuses. So I hope that helps.
That does help. Let's make sure we understand. The grants are different from the monies that are being appropriated in this bill. Is that correct?
Correct. The grants are not in this bill, but it's part of the school safety.
And the allotment is different from these grants and also the monies that we have in here based on campus size, correct?
Yes. If you follow the history of what we did, I think originally we, as a body, put up $100 million for grants. Unbeknownst to a lot of us, what the TEA did is they divided it by the number of students and said anybody can apply for any amount they want, but they can't get more than that almost $9 and something per student. So a lot of the schools were told, you can apply for what, you may have 20,000 in needs, but you can apply for no more than $800 or $1,000 or $5,000. So they were restricted on an allotment per student basis.
Okay, let's spend a few moments on this allotment piece. A lot of the school districts came down and said, we need $100 per student. You recall that, don't you? Mm-hmm. Okay, and what did we settle in at in terms of that allotment, from $9 to what?
Well, the per student allotment is really not the best way to do it, as I think what a lot of us have concluded, that it's really on a campus by campus survey. What does that campus need? Some of these campuses are very old. They were designed totally different than the new campuses. And so it's doing it on a per student basis just doesn't really necessarily make sense. It makes more sense to have an allotment based on campus size, the number of students in a school, and then have the grant program, which is not in the bill, which can take a large school or a problem school that has a lot of capital needs for the infrastructure.
So this particular bill does not give a per student allotment, it gives a per campus allotment.
Yes, sir.
And how do we arrive at the amount per campus? I live in an urban area, and obviously we have a lot of campuses in the Dallas Independent School District and the surrounding school districts. How do we come up with the amount per campus?
Well, the TEA did a survey to come up with some stuff, and that was a starting place. Starting with the $10 times the number of students, that's another thing. And as I know, our office worked with the TEA trying to come up with something that makes sense based on the surveys and stuff they had. This is the per campus allotment. Seemed like the simplest approach and the best approach.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just trying to make certain that the amount in the bill is adequate to provide for the needs of the local school district. Because one biggest issue that I've heard over and over again, even when we were doing the commission, was is the state going to pass the cost on to unfunded mandate onto the local units of government in order to take care. And that's what I want to make certain we have this discussion about today as to whether or not this $16 for a larger campus, over 1,100 students, is sufficient to make certain that the state is assuming the obligation to make certain we deal with the safety and security issues.
If you were looking at it by itself, it might be problematic, but you have to look at it in conjunction with the $600 million that all of us agreed, you voted for it as well, for grants. Put them together and it makes a lot more sense.
I am going to support the bill because I think the majority of this work is good work, but I'm hoping as the bill continues to move through the process that to the extent that there are issues that we agree needs to be addressed, that we address those issues.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Was our Nichols yield for a question?
Of course.
And thank you, Senator Nichols, for your leadership. I was also a member of this commission. And we really heard quite a bit of testimony on some of the challenges that many of our public schools face locally. But one of them, just to follow up some of the questions Senator West was asking, on the allotments, we found out that some of the school districts have older buildings than others. Right? Some have newer, up-to-date buildings. So, I remember we were discussing at that time to take that as a factor in consideration, the allotment that we provide with schools. Did we do that in the bill?
On a per campus basis.
On a per campus basis. So the per campus basis means that you'll have some campuses that have pretty much new buildings, brand new campus, compared to an older campus. So the allotment will be identical for each campus.
I think over time it will evolve. I really do. As I was talking to Senator West, kind of going back in history, where did we come up with the just under $10 to start with? It was the $100 million that we came up on the grant program, and then TEA turned it into an allocation process application grant, which got to just under $10. And so I think as we went into the next budget cycle, we just changed it to a just under $10 allotment. And now we're rolling over into another budget. We've had the committee, and what we've determined is the allotment by itself isn't based really on students. It's based on the size of the campus. And if you were really going to fine-tune it, you'd fine-tune it into old campuses, new campuses. There's a lot more factors than just the number of students. And so, like I said, without the $600 million grant that you can apply for, it's going to take both.
Well, we know it'll take a lot more money that we're presently providing for our local schools to be able to increase their safety for not only our students, but teachers. And one of the other issues, as we went through the whole process, we also found out that we really needed the cooperation from the schools, that they also comply with the safety protocols they have in place. When there's an active shooter or there's some kind of other danger happening in the school, and we also found out that many of the schools were somewhat lax in complying with their own rules in terms of locking doors, in terms of responding to drills right away, but this bill doesn't address that. So that, as I understand, so we really need to also push to have coordination by our local schools or cooperation by our local schools to be able to maximize the safety for our students and teachers. And I say that because we have another point that we're making in the bill. We have public safety, somewhat audit teams to make surprise visits in our public schools. their provision is not to punish our schools for non-compliance. It is to help them identify, to improve their safety features that they have to protect students and teachers.
I think all of us have talked to a lot of students or principals or faculty or whatever in our districts about this very subject. And I know I've got some relatives that are teachers or superintendents, school, or principals. And I brought some of these issues up early, and I've got really kind of pushback. Well, if you lock that door with fifth graders, we're going to have to unlock that door every 10 minutes because of the going to the restroom, kids going to the restroom and stuff. So it's a swinging door. So she got pushed back against closed doors. I'm going, yeah, but every once in a while, it's worth the inconvenience because of the safety element. And so we found schools that aren't locking their doors, even when their own safety plans require that they do. Unfortunately, in Uvalde, that's exactly what happened. The door had a locking mechanism, but they had overridden it so that it wouldn't lock no matter how many times. And then we found several magnetic panels that prohibited and overrode just a simple little plunger from a door. And it was in their safety plan. So not pick it on Uvalde, of course, but it's just, I'm seeing a lot of my schools, I'm finding that out. So we've got to have stricter control, and it's important to have somebody go by those schools and check them.
And that's actually a challenge in most of our schools. It's very difficult to have 100% compliance. But it's certainly something that we need to continue to emphasize, that our local school districts need to do their part to help us provide better protection for our schools and children in cooperation and coordination with the state of Texas. But thank you for your leadership. I really enjoy being part of this committee. We learn a lot about public school safety. We learn a lot about how to have our law enforcement be trained to respond to an active shooter, and especially what happened in Uvalde. So it was really a learning experience on the many challenges that are faced and the additional training that our law enforcement needs, and didn't quite respond the way they should have responded up in Uvalde. But thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you, sir, for your leadership.
Senator Colcourse, what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield?
Yes.
First of all, Senator Nichols, thank you for your leadership last summer and very difficult hearings and all the research that you did, your patience, your methodic engineering way about going to work. I like to say we're probably polar opposites in our thinking of how we go about things, but I so enjoy working with you and how you do things. So in the bill, I know there was some discussion. There was some discussion about the campus funding, and I want to thank you for that, because when you look at when we were doing it on ADA, just as you explained that there was not enough funding. If you had a smaller campus, you really didn't have enough money to make retrofits. I want to clarify what this money can be used for. Is your idea on this money, of course you have the ADA funding as well as the campus funding, is it for hardening the campuses just as you described about how maybe alarms on the doors when they're propped and things like that?
We try to leave as much flexibility for the schools. One of the things we are real good at here is being very specific and not giving them. So we want to make sure they've got flexibility. But what we're working toward is, locks on the doors, whatever we can do on some of those windows so they don't have as good a visibility in. If there's fencing required, things of those natures. And then the big grant money is for much larger things. We identify in there, I don't know, I've got 100 superintendents, and as you know, I visit with them all. And I warned them about, I call them Star Wars systems. You can spend a lot of money quick with a vendor that tells a real good story. And I had one that actually bought one of those systems. And there we were in October, and they're still trying to make it work. It automatically locked doors and had buzzers go off and stuff, and it was a big mess. So fundamental stuff is what I would encourage them to spend it on. But they want to spend it on school campus, police, for instance, they could. May not be enough money to cover it, but it would help, and that would qualify.
And that's my next question. So I had a mayor of a smaller city come up to me and say, why are y'all passing a bill that demands that school districts have their own police force? And I go, well, I don't know of such a bill, and it's certainly not in committee substitute to Senate Bill 11. Am I correct on that?
You're correct. It is not in the bill.
So a lot of times school districts partner with cities and their city police to be able to utilize the talent that they have in the city police, and there's a partnership both financially and, of course, contractually that they do that. So nothing in committee substitute to Senate Bill 11 requires a school district to have its own police force.
Does not require it, but it allows them to use some of that money for it if they want to.
Which was the law before this, is that correct? I
don't think
we
we've
allowed
ever,
school districts, obviously,
right.
Uvalde had its own school.
Allotments, what the uses are very similar, yes.
So not to get too technical, but on page 5, one of the things that you and I have discussed, and maybe we differ on, page 5, line 55, when we're talking about the regional school safety review teams. Yes. One of the things that you and I differed on, I think we're still going to differ on, but I have such great respect for you. I'll listen to your answer. That is not a surprised audit. So it says not later than the 7th day before a date of scheduled audit, notify the superintendent of the school district in which the campus being audited is located. And so I just want to make sure our intent there is clear. Sometimes when you're warned that somebody's going to come see if you're doing the right thing, man, I get the warning, so then I'm able to fix things before you come to audit, and then the audit ends up being really good. But are we really doing the proper corrective action, which a surprise audit might lead us to see, as you said, that, some people say, well, I can't lock the door because our elementary school kids are going in and out. So I just want to make sure that I understand your intention there. And then is it that the superintendent tells the principal of that campus, we're going to be audited, make sure this is done on this particular day? How does that work?
And I would say among the members, particularly of the our original committee, trying to build a consensus, there were a lot of different opinions. And some wanted a surprise. Literally a surprise. And some felt like, if we're trying to keep strangers off the campus and send the alarms up when strangers do show up on campus. And if we're sending one of those, we're liable to set off some bells and whistles real quick. And that has some negative sides to it as well. And so we decided to take this course that let the superintendent know within that week that there would be an audit, and that he doesn't necessarily know which campus, but and hope that superintendent does the right thing to find out how good his system is in place.
Well, and I think, and again, I know I was for the surprise audit, and I get that. You and I went back and forth on that, and that's why this is a deliberative body, and I respect you as the chair and the author of the
I would think
SB-11.
We're back here every 2 years. I would suggest we try it this way, and if it doesn't work, then let's consider seriously changing it next session.
I also notice, and this is pretty important, it can be read either way, but I want to make sure that we get clarification. Some were concerned when we heard testimony, and then, like you, I set up conference calls right before your hearing to make sure that I gave every superintendent that I represent the opportunity to give me input as we went into this. And of course, at that point it was in the summer and so forth, met with almost every one of them. But, some were concerned that, well, if you do the audit and then it gets out that we failed it, then you're going to make parents very nervous, and it could be, really a bad look for the school. And I got that part, but there's another part that you put in the bill, same page, line 67, A report produced by a team under this section is confidential and not subject to disclosure under Chapter 552 of the Government Code. And I think our intent there is that if we failed an audit or we had problems with the audit, we don't want someone that wants to do harm to know where our weakness is.
Correct.
And I my Senator Birdwell, who's spent serving in our military and even in the Pentagon, would probably agree that we don't want our enemy to know where our weakness is. But that's not to say that, and I see you have alerts and different things in there that parents have to be notified, but that the school board is informed. They're elected officials. They have the responsibility of running that school, and so that they will be informed. It's just not available under Open Records Act.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author of the bill?
Oh. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Senator Nichols, first and foremost, let me thank you as well for all of your hard work and your leadership on this issue on behalf of the school districts that I represent. They are also very appreciative. I was reviewing the committee sub, and I had a lot of the similar questions that have been asked, so I'm not going to be redundant. But just to clarify, the ADA allotment, that's been taken out. It's now a per campus allotment, is that correct?
Yes, it's gone from a per student to a per campus.
Per campus, and how much is that?
Why is that?
How much is that? How much will?
With I can go back to my notes, but it was 16,800 for campuses over 1,100, scaled all the way down to 15,000 for the very smallest campuses.
So between 15,000 and almost 17,000?
Yes.
Okay. And does the amount that we're doing plus the $600 million, does that take into consideration the survey that the TEA did where they surveyed the school district on what their needs would be?
It takes that in consideration, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not sure, but I had heard that there was a minimum standards at the schools that they thought all of the schools would need. They've adopted a minimum safety standards. And did we take into consideration the funding of those minimum standards for all our schools?
Let's go back to the survey first. Sure. TEA sent a survey out, which is not the same as sending surveyors out to each campus.
Correct.
As you look at these surveys themselves, they ask a lot of very specific questions, but I don't know that if somebody sitting several hundred miles away could read the results from that and determine how much that's going to cost to fix it at my campus in Jacksonville, Texas versus yours in San Antonio. It gets you in the ballpark, and it's a big number.
It is.
And it's a large number. It was ranged from like 1 billion to 4 billion or something like that, depending on how you interpret the data. And so we have continued each session putting grant money out there and dramatically increasing that grant money every 2-year cycle, as well as on the allotment. And the idea is, and the new campuses are having to meet more stringent safety standards that the architects have to figure in that they didn't used to have to figure in. So we should start getting there.
So the amount of money that's set aside for this at the 15 to almost 17,000, how much is the amount? About 300 million?
No, I think it's much larger. Shelby.
Because I thought the original bill was around 300 million.
230 million.
330 million, yeah, that's what I thought I had read. So we have 330 million in this one, and then we have 600 million in the grant funding. We can't talk about the grant because we're talking about this bill. I was just concerned that we might not get to where we needed to get.
Well, we did 100 million, then I think we did another 100 million, then I think we did several hundred million, and now we're up to 600 million. Plus the allotment has been increasing a little bit.
Okay. On your bill, page 4, line 23, I like where it says here, you struck to the extent possible, and you say, the district shall follow the safety and security audit procedures developed by the School Safety Center in coordination with the Commissioner of Education or Commissioner of Higher Education as applicable, and a person included in the registry established with the Texas Safety Center under that. And then you, a little further down on 64, agency shall in coordination with the Texas School Safety provide technical assistance. I think that's very important. So do you see the technical assistance as the area where we can help the schools who maybe protect them from hiring some, as you've detailed it, called it a Star Wars, a very technical, fancy system, and really just get the basics in order? Because I would imagine that if you don't have the basics, the exterior, first of all, protected, maybe a fence, vestibules, the proper doors, etc. What good does it do to have one of these computerized systems and right. Video? So does that the technical assistance that you're envisioning?
Yes, and there's a couple other places in here that you'll catch as well that relate to that. It's all about time, and can you slow down an intruder, and every minute is extremely valuable. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute delay. So your outer barriers, if you have one, your outer doors, your windows, your classroom doors, those kind of things. And so we recognize that there are going to be people out selling what I call Star Wars systems. So if you are a vendor and you want to sell your wares to any of the Texas public schools or charter schools, you have to go to and get on the registry. We will have a clearinghouse to approve that equipment and those systems. Also, if you are a person who wants to go out and be a consultant to help a school on safety, in other words, let me come to your school, you pay me, I'll help give you a safety analysis or something. So if you want to be like that, well, then you also need to be registered and approved by the state as well.
I think that's an excellent idea, because there's a lot of people who call themselves consultants or experts and that sort of thing, and sometimes it's hard to know exactly what you know unless someone's vetted them well. So I appreciate that.
You can imagine how many I call them vendors, have come to me wanting to be included in the bill. They don't come out as vendors. They get some member to bring something that say, hey, this is great, but it ultimately doesn't specify by brand name, but there's only one person that targets to make that kind of stuff.
Sure, of course. My last question, Chairman Nichols, on Section 17, the effective date, it says here, and
what page are you on?
Section 17, let me look at the bill itself. The effective date of the bill. Let's look at the committee sub, make sure it's the same as the analysis that I had here. Trying to see, because in the analysis of the original bill as filed, your effective date was immediate effect. But I think I see that there have been some changes made there. So you do have an immediate effect if it receives a 2/3 on page 9. Starting on line 16.
I'm sitting there looking at it.
Yeah.
Takes effect immediately.
Yep. Well,
these 2/3.
And I'm all for the safety starting immediately. The question that I would wonder is how do we give schools time to ramp up and the money and all that? But that doesn't change my support for the bill and for your hard work. I will share with you, and I hope that you, as you have agreed that there have been incremental allotments of money to help our schools, I'm not sure that even with this bill and the $600 million in grant funding, that we're going to get quite to where we harden all of our schools or provide them the safety tools that they need, because I know so many of our schools spend significantly more per year because some pay for police force and they have other things. And so I just want to make sure that the things that we do, that we give them, that they have the tools that they need to pay for, because the allotment definitely didn't cover it. The old $9 allotment only covered about 10% of their cost.
Well, it's a work in progress.
Yes, it is a work in progress.
So each session, the legislature has made very positive steps toward a very important needed goal.
Thank you for taking my questions. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
It's for a few questions, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. I don't think that we need to belabor the point as to all of the failure. We can touch on a few things. First off, I need to thank you for your work here, because you not only did you do this work and you performed this bill, you also led this Senate committee to do an 87-page report that was very meaningful and is very thoughtful. And I sincerely want to tell you I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And there were recommendations in that report that I know are difficult for people, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Your committee report, the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans, a lot of that led to the conclusions that are in Senate Bill 11. Is that not correct? Yes, sir. And that committee was based on this horrible tragedy that occurred on that day. Is that right?
It was based on a lot of input that went on for 2 days in a row.
And you and I have been in this building for a long time, me and the other side of the building for a while, and then until I made it here last session. I believe it was Senate Bill 8 where we put in $110 million after the Santa Fe shooting for school hardening in 2019. Is that correct?
I would say that would be fairly close, yes.
Yes, sir. And I'm not sure if it was Senate Bill 8, but I remember that was the number. I think that was it. It's fair to say that this was the worst. I guess what I want to get at when I talk about what happened here, and I don't want to spend my time talking about what happened because we've talked about it a lot. But I guess what we have to talk about is that these mass shootings, they don't happen in a vacuum, do they? There's a lot of different factors that are going on at that time. Is that correct? Is that a fair statement?
There are a lot of factors that were going on.
Yeah. And it's probably fair to say that this is probably the worst, if not one of the worst responses by law enforcement to a school mass shooting in our nation's history. Is that a fair statement?
That's not the words I would use, no.
You don't think it's the worst?
I think there were a lot of mistakes that were made that day, yes.
Yes, sir. One of the things that it took 77 minutes to go in there, and I'm not going to talk about all of the cops and what they did do. We've got important business to talk about in your bill. But your bill does talk about the alert system through the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Program. There's much talk about that in Senate Bill 11, correct?
Yes, it's a recommendation.
And there's recommendations that officers take alert within 2 years if they're going to work at a school. Is that accurate?
They're going to work in the school, yes.
Yes, sir. And we heard a bill just the other day, and I don't want to get too much far into the weeds of another bill that wanted to have them take alert almost immediately upon them getting their TCOL license. Is that accurate?
I don't know that. Say that one more time.
Well, let me move on. I don't want to. Let me slow down.
Yeah, I'm hoping you stay with the bill, but go ahead.
Let me slow down. Let me stay with the bill. You mentioned that we had heard a lot of word lately about alert being the gold star training program for mass shootings. Is that accurate?
I would say that's what I keep hearing, yes, and I've repeated that.
Yes, sir. But there was a lot of officers on that day that had alert training that didn't do the appropriate protocols under the alert training system. Is that accurate?
I don't know about that. I think there was a lot of miscommunications that were coming, because what I kept hearing, some of the communication coming was we have the intruder in a room barricaded and things like that. Right. And so if that's what you're hearing, well then, and you're making decisions based on that.
And the House committee report said that one of the fundamental problems was that there was no command and control center inside or outside of the building, correct?
Is that related to the bill?
I think that
Which page is that on?
I think what's related to the bill, Senator Nichols, is that this bill is about school safety, and it's about what happened on that day. And you testified earlier that this was derived, that the brunt of this bill was derived as to what happened in Uvalde on May 24th.
We're saying that we think alert training is necessary, mandatory. We think it's the best that we know of, and that we want them to have alert training.
Okay. More specifically, your bill, the full intent is so that parents can have the clarity that their children are safe in schools, correct?
We're trying to keep all the kids safe in schools.
Yes, sir. Did the recommendations that you went through, did we go into, I don't want them to call them softer issues, but is there anything that goes into counseling, intervention, identifying kids that have these, that might have some mental illness? Is there anything in the bill that spends any money or does any programs for looking at how we identify kids with problems, with these types of mental problems?
I think most of the teachers already know which students have problems. The question has to do with what do you do with the problems when the teacher identifies it. Those teachers, they know their classes, know which kids are withdrawn, they know which kids are being bullied, they know which kids are causing the problem, who the bullies are. And over in a different area, we have the Child Mental Health Consortium, and several other mental health things. Those are not necessarily in this bill.
Not in this bill.
But those programs, we've expanded funding in those because we know they're very important.
Okay, but not specific.
Not in here.
Not specifically in this bill.
Now, we've identified that if there's discipline problems and things of that nature, we won't, if that child is going to be transferred or it's a new student, that those records be transferred with it.
Okay. I'm almost done, Senator Nichols. You had some recommendations in your committee report. Specifically, there was a recommendation from your committee report that we look at raising the age limit on 18 to 21, and there was a conclusion that it was mentioned, but the committee was not entirely in favor of raising the age limit on accessing militarized weapons. Did that make it into this bill?
No. I mentioned in the report that there was testimony brought to the committee. It's recorded, it's archived, you can look at it. There were people that came that said we should raise the age. There was and I put it in the bill, the report, there was overwhelming non-consensus. In other words, not to do that.
I want to point out and specifically, and thank you for putting it into the report because, and I've thanked you in the past because it needed to be mentioned, and that there was testimony highlighted that the U.S. Secret Service reports on violence in schools have found that attackers have historically been between the ages of 12 and 19 with few exceptions. And that was in your committee report, correct?
I don't know that report page by page, but that sounds fairly accurate.
Senator Nichols, thank you. I am for this bill. I think it's a good bill. I think that we have a long way to go.
You think it is a good bill the way it is?
I have some amendments that we'll talk about, Senator Nichols. I don't think they should offend you too much, and I promise you they're not about guns.
All right.
Even though I think we should talk about that.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
A couple of brief questions, sir.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Nichols. This is a very good bill. I fully support it. I have a couple of questions. One is with regard to Section 2 on the school safety support. So vital, so happy about it. How, if at all, does the bill require integration into a community's emergency operations planning?
I'm not going to say there's not a mic because there is, but I can't hear you as well. It sounded like the question had to do with the school safety center.
The school safety plan that is supported by this bill and how it would integrate in the emergency operations planning for the community?
First of all, we have the School Safety Center, who's supposed to be the collection spot for the best ideas and sort them out. And then as a community or a school comes up with their emergency operating plan, in my opinion, it should include local law enforcement as well. But they put that plan and then they send it up there to make sure they have best practices. Previously, what was happening was schools, when it came to safety, do they call TEA? Do they call the safety center? Who do they call? And we've tried to clarify that in here, that we're trying to pool. Safety center did not have enforcement, nor did they have rulemaking authority. They could just be an advisory. And so we wanted to pull some of that back in and bring TEA into it. And so now we have somebody who's got some teeth to follow up and have an enforcement. So we'll go on the best practices by the safety center and putting together that emergency operating plans. And I think we'll get better at it each time. But we now, those recommendations will include working with the local law enforcement. And each community is different. I've got some communities, I've talked to members here in the Senate, like in most of my small towns, it's the local police, and then it's the county sheriff's office and DPS. You get into the urban areas, I know I talked to Senator Hancock, and I think he told me this, they're in 5 different police departments in their school district. And so it gets pretty confusing. But the one thing is for certain, they need to work with all of them in putting together the operating emergency plan and then having Safety Center review it to make sure it meets all the elements. And where we were lacking was, how do we know they actually do it? And that's by coming in and sending someone who will work out of the service center and come and actually do an inspection of the campus, the perimeter inspections and stuff like that, and checking the doors and things like that. But every 4th time, it's going to be a full-blown audit.
I really appreciate that aspect of this bill, and I'm looking for how, and I absolutely appreciate 2 really important things that you highlighted. One, that this is a starting point and we can continue to build on this model. And 2, that each county is different. Speaking from some personal, some local experience of my own, all of our local governmental entities are part of a national incident management system training, and our emergency plans all fold up together. I don't see a requirement in this bill, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but to the extent possible, to have an integrated emergency operation plan for active shooter. Let me give you a specific example. If a large high school here had an active shooter circumstance, the Emergency Operations Center would be activated, and all of the emergency management coordinators would work together with school district, county, city, and various other governmental actors, because we would have to shut down city streets. We would, of course, want to notify the parents, as your bill has a protocol for notifying parents, and there would be other institutions that would have to shut down, just like in an extreme weather event.
Each school and its location is unique, and that's one of the things that makes it difficult. I think it's wonderful about the state, but each one is special to that area. And so whereas you kept talking about emergency operating centers, I've got counties that don't even have them. They don't know what you're talking about. And so that wouldn't be applicable for mine, but it would be very appropriate for yours.
I would love to keep building on this model. And of course, this only addresses the safety of students inside the school, not the safety of students in extracurricular activities, correct?
Correct.
And I look forward to working on that too. Some of you in the chamber may know of the tragedy that occurred in Elgin last night.
Thank you.
But thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West, did you have a follow-up question? Your light was on.
Yes, just one follow-up question.
Yes. Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator, as a part of our recommendations, help me, didn't we talk about trying to get straw purchases banned also?
Correct.
Okay.
I think there was a recommendation. It was recommended by the gun people themselves.
That was recommended by the NRA
Yes.
or their organization, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Members, any objection to suspension of the regular order of business? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 11. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 11 relating to measures for ensuring safety and security in public schools.
We have an amendment, members.
Floor amendment number 1 by Nichols.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized.
Thank you. Members, this is the amendment I mentioned when I laid out the bill. Give them a second to look at it. It has to do with the local law enforcement agencies and emergency responders. It should have been included in the bill to start with.
We have an amendment to your amendment.
It has to do with maps.
Before we can adopt your amendment, we have to look at this amendment to the amendment.
It's to make sure they have accurate maps.
Okay. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Hughes, amending floor amendment number 1.
Excuse me a second.
Yeah, take your time. Take a look at it.
Excuse me. Yeah, this is acceptable and discussed. And
okay, hold on. I have to address him. Senator Hughes, on your amendment.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, building on the excellent work of the chair and this bill, this amendment would add DPS to those agencies that are going to be involved in the process. And I believe the amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author of the amendment and the bill.
It is.
Senator, hold on. Senator Gutierrez, you have a question for
the author of the amendment.
Do you yield, Senator Hughes?
Yes, I yield, of course.
Senator Hughes, I'm just trying to figure out if you could just elaborate for us what is it we're doing with DPS, just for all our edification, if you could.
Of course. So Senator Nichols' amendment has to do with mapping, making sure that the mapping for each campus and information is available to local law enforcement. This says it's also available to DPS. They may be the first on the scene, depending on where it is. So it adds DPS to those folks with access to the maps of the campuses.
Okay, very good. And it doesn't say anything about who's in operational control or anything. This has only have to do with the mapping, correct?
That's all it does. You're right.
Very good. Thank you.
Senator Nichols, on his amendment, any objection? On the amendment to the amendment first, any objection?
Acceptable.
Hearing none, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Any objection on the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Hughes.
Sorry about that. We had several versions earlier that we were trying to get straightened out.
Senator Hughes, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, and again, I thank the author of the bill. This amendment, again, this adds local law enforcement agencies. This came to us from a group of sheriffs from around the state. Make sure local law enforcement are consulted in the process, since they're often the ones, first one on the scene, they're on the ground. And I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
The amendment is acceptable, and I think they would have done this by the rule process, but I think it's just fine. It adds local law enforcement.
Well, Senator Gutierrez, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. What purpose?
Just for a few questions of the author of the amendment. I think that hearing, questions around me, I think the question is, what does this amendment do as far as local law enforcement? If you can explain it a little bit more, if that's okay.
Do you yield?
I'll yield for questions, of course.
Okay. He asked you the question. Do you need to repeat it?
No, I think I got it. I think I got it. So if you look at the bill,
yes, sir,
on page 1, line 55, it says that School Safety Center will develop the rules, and they'll work with the agency. This adds consultation with local law enforcement. So just make sure local law enforcement has a seat at the table. They don't have veto power, but they're in consultation on the development.
It's kind of like what we talked about
it is.
a few days ago, just having people talk to one another. That's
it is
what you're trying to do here.
That's right.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Members, any question on the amendment? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez, wait 30 seconds so everyone can look at it here. Senator Nichols is looking at your amendment, Senator, so hold it for a moment. Are you ready, Senator Nichols, for him to lay it out? Are you ready for him to lay it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Senator Gutierrez, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nichols, I apologize for having my back to you. And I apologize for reading. I generally don't read these amendments too much, but I had a long night with the families from Uvalde that came to testify on some bills last night. And so this is potentially a long amendment, but what it does, and I don't want it to be confused. I talked earlier about soft techniques and strategies, and I don't want to use that word because it's not appropriate. I think that when we look at social sciences and we look at trying to intervene in a child's life and trying to intervene and provide supportive school environment strategies, and that's what this amendment does. It creates a positive and supportive school environment is a critical aspect of school safety. The Department of Justice recently reported findings that early intervention is a key resource in preventative aggressive behaviors from occurring in the first place, and early intervention serves to build a positive school climate for all students. This, by the way, was also in a Secret Service threat assessment when it came to looking at school shooters. This was one of their recommendations. Implementing positive behavior intervention programs promote these supportive climates and enable challenging issues to be identified and addressed early. We want to be able to find and spot children that might have certain propensities. Senate Bill 11 takes important steps to ensure that schools are held accountable for meeting state facility standards. But I'm concerned, though, that the current law does not reflect the need for schools to plan for and implement measures that address concerning behavior, such as disconnection, disengagement, trauma, and mental and behavioral health challenges. This amends and adds language that I filed in a previous bill into Senate Bill 11. Essentially, it said all educators and staff and administrators must be trained to recognize. So it's a training program for teachers that respond to the needs of members of the campus community. School staff must be prepared to recognize and respond to trauma and grief, anger and social isolation, and the need for behavior and mental health support. I don't want to suggest that mental health or other social and emotional challenges does not necessarily mean that someone will engage in violence. We know that this isn't true, but I also don't want to distract from the fact that meaningful gun reform is necessary for true school safety. However, we must acknowledge that educators need certain support and training to recognize and appropriately respond to the real challenges experienced by children and adults in a school community. Planning for, tracking, and implementation of these preventative measures is a critical component of school safety. But schools are currently not required to report on these measures, these strategies, as part of required school safety audits. This amendment would ensure that schools consider and adopt and report on implementation of positive and preventative measures to strengthen school safety as part of the school safety audits required to be conducted under current law. The required measures include multi-tiered systems of support, family engagement, trauma-informed practices, and chronic absenteeism. This amendment would ensure that district employees are trained and supported and implement evidence-based strategies to create positive and safe school environments. Essentially, members, we've got to catch these things on the front end. What I uncovered during this moment from this day was not just a horrible mass shooting on a day. It was a broken system all around. A thin veneer of protection, from law enforcement failures to teacher failures to counseling failures. We failed not just those kids, we failed that shooter, we failed to catch what was going on in this child's mind. And maybe we could have never been able to do that. But what all this amendment does is seek to find positive reinforcement strategies to have teachers and counselors find and track these types of potentialities and hopefully keep them from getting to a place where they shouldn't be. This amendment was brought to me by a group called IDRA. I know that they have visited with many of you. And with that, this is my amendment. I move adoption.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield, Senator Gutierrez?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gutierrez. I just saw your amendment for the first time, but the contents of the amendment are not new to me in the sense that you're talking about here a multi-tiered system of support for student academic behavioral success. And many times we've heard that our schools do best when the family is engaged. And the second point there, number 2 on line 23, robust family engagement programs that strengthen the school community, trauma-informed practices. So, and then you describe them in section 38.036. So as I read your amendment, it appears to me what you're trying to do with this amendment is to be proactive, because much of what we've discussed today has been reactive. School safety from the sense of reacting to a tragedy once it's occurring, to a shooter hardening the schools, the doors, all of these things. But what you're saying is, if I read this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're trying to make sure that we do everything we can with every employee in every school district to help provide a positive, safe school environment and build relationships between students, staff, and families. And you talk about them being age appropriate and evidence-based. I mean, and you said that IDRA, they have 50 years of experience in school and educational policy, do they not?
That is correct, Senator.
And so, am I reading your amendment accurately? Is this a proactive approach to school safety?
I think in some ways it looks familiar to you, Senator Menendez.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I think in some ways it's familiar to you because you had, you were a leader along with many people in this room on David's Law. Yeah. And trying to be preventative when it came to try to find out and identify the school bullies and such. This is an adaptation of that, but it builds on it, of course, in this other setting. We have so many children, unfortunately and sadly, that are broken. And we just have to be able to find the cracks and try to mend them as best we can. And that's what this amendment seeks to do.
Would it surprise you to know that if it weren't for some community-based institutions like communities and schools, there would be families where the children show up to school without school supplies. On Thanksgiving, they don't have meals. They don't have coats when it gets cold. And so communities and schools helps these children remain connected, not be embarrassed by their poverty, and understand that the school is part of their community, their support system. And so when I read here on the second page of your amendment, It says here, recognize and responding to students and employee needs that may impact the students or employees' ability to thrive academically or engage in school community as applicable by making referrals to support services and other community-based services. I mean, it just seems like a common sense amendment to be proactive, to keep kids engaged. They're going to do better academically, and they're going to be part of the community rather than feel like they're out on the end. So thank you for your amendment. I appreciate you bringing it. I think it's a great amendment.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Senator Gutierrez,
yes,
you can close that. We'll go to Senator Nichols so he can respond. Senator Nichols on the amendment.
Members, this is Senate Bill. His amendment is basically Senate Bill 2297, which he has not been able to get a hearing on. This is a school safety bill. It is not a Christmas tree. It is not acceptable, so I move to table the floor amendment 4.
You can, on a table, Senator Gutierrez, you can close.
Hey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, let me just bring this home a little bit to Uvalde, Texas. This kid was so broken. He had about 8 or 9 different men in his mom's life. Thought that he had been abused by one of them. Mother was on drugs. And had been on drugs most of her life. The grandmother might have had some issues along the way. He dropped out of school. We had chronic absenteeism. Everything that could have happened to this kid happened to this kid. And I don't want to talk too much about him specifically. But we have to acknowledge that this was a broken person. I can only think that a broken person would do this. It would lead him to do this. And our system didn't break him. We broke him with some stuff going on in his house. But our system through health and human services, our mental health care system in rural Texas, our school system, nobody was able to identify any of this stuff. And even, I'll give you one worse yet. The kids called him school shooter. That was known at school through a counselor at one point. And yet our system, having been identified as the future of what was to come, did nothing. This system is broken. And our job is to fix things that are broken. That's why we come here every 2 years. And so I would ask you not to table this amendment. I would ask you to have it go forward, because we have to be able to identify the broken kids and the broken families and find out how our state resources can help them so that we can help each other. I know it sounds corny, but we really are all in this together, and sometimes the folks that are broken end up causing great tragedy to us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll. This is on tabling.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The amendment is tabled. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment, and we'll give everyone a chance to read it. If you'll read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by Gutierrez.
I want to give the Senate author time to read the amendment. Senator Gutierrez, you recognize your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in October of last year, the governor appointed a chief of school safety and security in response to what happened in Uvalde. That person's name was John Scott, not the Secretary of State. Different John Scott, formerly of the United States Secret Service. About a month after that appointment, TEA proposed a new rule in the Texas Administrative Code. That rule is in 61.1031 concerning school safety requirements. The rule is currently pending and has not been made law yet. What I seek to do is make that rule by TEA law. Following the expert advice of the Chief of the School Safety and Security, this rule provided the following in short order. Funding for exterior doors. Exterior classroom doors and portable doors should operate as fully intended and required to remain closed. Windows and doors on the ground level that are adjacent to or near a door are large enough to allow someone to enter must be reinforced with entry-resistant film. Panic alert systems that work properly. Exterior door sweeps. Exterior door numbering site plan. Active monitoring, secured areas, and maintenance requirements. There's a lot in a very long 7-page bill. All this amendment seeks to do is to codify the recommendations of the Department of the Texas Education Agency and the recommendations of John Scott from the Secret Service, the governor's appointee. It's expensive. The recommendation itself in the rule sets a dollar amount of $2.1 billion. At some point we have to find out what it's worth. And our children are worth much more than that, I promise you that. So that's my amendment.
Senator
adoption.
Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your input on this, Senator Gutierrez, but it basically takes the commissioner's rules and puts them in statute. When you put them in statute, you lose the flexibility going into the future for many things like new rules and technology and best practices. So I think it's a bad practice to put the rules into statute because then it's much harder to fix. Therefore, it is not it's not acceptable to the author, and I move that we table the amendment.
Okay, when you table, he speaks at the end as opposed to voting up and down. Either way.
Correct. Table.
Table. Senator Gutierrez, you have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my amendment speaks for itself. I mean, this is a rule.
I want
to move things along for you.
So Senator Nichols has moved to table. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The amendment fails. And members, I will remind you throughout some of these long bills on amendments because the vote changes whether or not it's up or down or tabling, and it also changes if there's a response at the end as there is on a table, just to be sure everybody knows what they're voting on. That's all. You're recognized on passage to engrossment. Senator Nichols.
I thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment of committee substitute for Senate Bill 11.
Any objection? You're going to speak on third reading? Okay. No objection. The bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move suspend the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. The chair now lays out in third reading the final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 11. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 11 relating to measures for ensuring safety and security in public schools.
Senator Gutierrez, you wish to speak on final?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I think that this is a good piece of legislation. I said that in the beginning. I'll repeat that. I do want to thank Senator Nichols for his work. Everybody in Texas should understand that this legislature committed to spending a lot of money on school hardening, and we did just that. We've got a long way to go. We've got to be able to find those broken kids and find resources, especially in rural Texas, to be able to address the mental health care needs of our kids. We have to start looking at Tier 1 counselors across the state of Texas and spending the necessary money in that space. But I'll tell you this, members, The most important thing that we have not discussed yet, and we need to have a discussion on this, is the common denominator in this thing, and that's guns in the in the hands of young people. And so it's my hope that as we move forward that we can have that discussion. It's truly my hope that we can have that discussion, because these things don't happen in a vacuum, Senator Nichols. Failure happens, communications failure happens, radios fail, command and control structures fail. Sometimes Murphy's Law happens, and sometimes, sometimes it's cowardice. Sometimes people say, I don't want to go in there because I don't want to get killed. That's human frailty. I understand it. I don't accept it, but I understand it. But we've heard a lot about this alert thing. We've heard a lot. There's a lot in this bill about alert being the gold standard. As we move forward, we need to know that the 396 officers that were out there that day, many of them were trained under the alert training protocol. We need to understand that. We also need to understand that the alert program is not a research foundational program. It is a training. It is a training entity. When called upon by the governor to create a report, Alert put out a report having been briefed for 1 hour by DPS. For 1 hour. Many of the things proven to be false, and I don't want to get into those issues right now. I just want you to know that when it came to the Mayor McLaughlin and I calling the alert report out, a Republican and a Democrat got together to tell the truth. So as we move forward and continue to make attempts to make our schools safer, I urge you to come together in a bipartisan way on the issue that's affecting our children most. It is the number one cause of death of our children. That's access to militarized weapons in the hands of young people. We have to do something about the core and common denominator that is killing our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Nichols, you're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make my final motion, I want to thank you for assigning me as chair of the committee, for your support all the way through this process, and for your willingness to put a high priority on school safety with signing a Senate Bill 11 number. I know it's a priority of the Governor Abbott's as well. And I want to thank the members that were on the committee that spent days in here in this chamber listening to some very sad stories. And so, Mr. President, with that, I'll just say I move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 11.
And thank you, Senator Nichols. It takes maybe an hour and a half to pass a bill that took 8 months to work on and pass. And so I thank all the staffs of all the senators as well as our staff and yours. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
And it's nice when everyone comes together and it's 31-0. Thank you. Congratulations. The bill passes. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action.
Thank you, Laredo. Following motion in writing.
Mr. President, I move suspension of Senate Rule 5.14, the intent calendar rule, in order to move the intent calendar deadline to 5 p.m. today. Motion by Hughes.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend Rules 11.10, 11.18, so that the Senate Committee on Jurisprudence can meet in the Senate press room upon adjournment to consider pending business.
On recess.
On recess.
We're not adjourning yet.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We keep working.
That's my motion.
Day and night.
Amen.
Don't leave early. Senator West, what purpose?
Just a question. Are we on yesterday or today?
We're still on yesterday.
Okay.
We're going to take, members, here's what we're going to do to give the ladies a break, because I anticipate the next bill up will take some time on the Senate floor, so they can take a break, have their lunch, and we'll come back shortly, and the dean will mention, and then we'll pick up the bill on DEI. That'll be the first bill we pick up. Senator Whitmire?
Sir. Yes, sir. I move that.
What is it? Hold on. We did not adopt Senator Hughes' motion. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Senator Whitmire.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand in recess to 3:45.
Any objection? We stand in recess until 3:45. Thank you, members.